the notification has gone out quite yet, but there's usually a fair bit of rambling to start off the stream anyway, so that's not a big deal. Now the question is what to do today. So it looks like we've got Primrose Chapter 3 left to do, and Cyrus Chapter 3, and I think that's it for the Chapter 3 stuff. Huh. So, with that said, let's visit the tavern and see what levels we left everyone at. Looks like Cyrus is a bit lower level than Prim, so we'll probably go ahead and swap Cyrus in and do Cyrus Chapter 3 first. Though actually, there is one more thing that I want to do. You see, we're already here in Still Snow, and there's some place that I don't think we've ever actually gone. Right down this path is the road to the Obsidian Parlor. And last time we went to the Obsidian Parlor, we just rode in a carriage. And then the game warped us back to town after we were done. I don't think we've ever actually followed the road.
I've done my research on you. Have at you. I will cut you down! Now, what next? All light, smite them down!
My turn now! My turn, huh?
Oh, I meant to target both of them there. Oh, wow.
Well then. If you'll excuse me.
What is the logical course of action? Think not! Now then!
We're just gonna use some basic attacks to regain some SP real quick.
The thrill of the fight!
Okay, so even though we took the secret carriage last time, this time we can walk the exact same distance.
Now then!
I'll do my best. Here I go.
this now?
My turn. Ah!
Well, at least you can hear me. I don't know why it always seems to do this during Octopath, and the only thing that seems to consistently work is to unplug the capture card and plug it back in, which is a pain to say the least. Someone scream at me in the comments or in the chat if I miss something like that. Now, the only way in is still through the little caves. Ah, well. I'm not curious enough to actually worry about that, then. Oh, wait. I went to the wrong one. Everyone, cross your fingers and anything else you got to hope that we don't have the game the capture card crash again. I'm just keeping an eye out in case there's someone worth bringing along. Oh, hey, Thurian. Well, let's fire up Cyrus Chapter 3. You make your way to Stoneguard after learning that the original copy of the tome you seek might be there, but you can't help but feel that someone's been watching you. The story so far. In Quarry Crest, Cyrus used his powers of deduction to get to the bottom of the series of kidnappings perpetrated by the depraved scholar Gideon, who was harvesting the villagers' blood for his dark research. It was in Gideon's sickening laboratory that Cyrus discovered it. A translated copy of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Though the history of the dark arts intrigued him, he could not sit idly by while his peers used knowledge for evil. And so Cyrus came to Stoneguard, where the tome was bound. Would he find answers here, or only more dreadful questions? Stoneguard at last. A sprawling city if ever I saw one. Talk about searching for a needle in a haystack.
Now then.
First, I should review where we stand. Like as not, the translated copy of From the Far Reaches of Hell was produced by a bookmaker in this town. But where to begin my search? Logically speaking, it would make the most sense to begin at the source. Which means head straight for the bindery, of course. Where else? Let the investigation begin. And someone's following us. Oh, travel banter already? Before I do that...
Take care.
Scholar? You know, I feel it now, the unmistakable sense of being watched. For my part, the feeling was faint at first and came and went, but it grows stronger with every step we take. Undoubtedly, your instincts are sharper than mine. How did you acquire them? Really need to go and leave a negative review on these capture cards, because honestly, this is just so stupid. Oh, let me fix that. It is something I learned on the battlefield, by what means I do not rightly know. Oh, I was hoping there was some easy trick to it. It is easy enough if you are willing to fight as many battles as I have. I think easy here means something different to you and me. Fair enough. Even a scholar such as yourself cannot know everything there is to know of this world. I'll be interested to see what parts of this area we wind up visiting. I know that I did some pretty thorough thieving during it.
Indeed.
Bookbinding requires the finest of materials. I sold a book of my making to Dominic, a translator. His home lies on the east side of town. It seems I owe this Dominic fellow a visit. I should be able to find him in the workshop just east of here. I'm gonna head north real quick, though. It's been a minute since we were in Stoneguard, and I'm curious. So I can't quite remember what most of it is. Okay, so that's probably the level that we're... or the dungeon that we've got for this level. Ow. What the crap? Hold up. I hope y'all didn't have to deal with that for longer than a moment.
Well met.
So up there is where that level we did last time we were here with Honey took place. We should probably make sure to do a quick sweep through, for a second there, I thought it had crashed again. We should probably make sure to do a quick sweep back through this town at the end of this chapter with Therian. Oh, dang. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that a lot of these people are easier to steal from now that we've got some more levels. Okay, so that house is our destination.
Excuse me.
Beg pardon, is this the residence of...
My apologies.
I don't know who you are, but I'm not in the mood for company.
A moment.
If you could just spare a moment, kind sir, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Be gone with you.
I said I wish to see no one. Leave me at once. He seems like a stubborn one. I'll have to find another way. Pray forgive the intrusion. A good day to you, sir. So looks like we gotta go get the dirt on this guy. Ah, yes. And the person directly in front of his house has some of the dirt. That Dominic went and shut himself off from the world after his only daughter succumbed to sickness 15 years ago. Okay, so that's his stake in this. He's trying to resurrect his daughter through the necromancy that these people are pulling. Dominic had a translation commission he thought would earn him a fortune. Still rused the day he said yes to it, poor lad.
'Tis the merry truth.
Ah, and we need to head out here. This is, or at least it seems to be, the biggest city in the game. I wish I could save everyone, but I need money to make medicine, and some patients just can't afford it. Alf would like to have words with you. Sold some medicine to Dominic about 15 years ago, I think. Was in a spot of bother, as I recall, financially speaking, so I gave him a discount.
Very well.
And that should do it. I dare say Dominic will be more talkative this time. Oh. Hang on. Sorry, we're gonna go back if I have the chance. I noticed something on the map there that's a bit peculiar. Yeah, that little exclamation point. Oh. There's a hidden item in there, but we have to get past that dude to get it. Ulberic can't challenge him, and I don't know if Hanit would succeed with her limited move pool.
Excuse me.
Beg pardon, Master Dominic. I'm Cyrus, the scholar who called upon you earlier. He's about to get mad. You again? I already told you I don't want to see you. 15 years ago, who did Dominic lose to sickness? His daughter. What task did Dominic take to pay on his debts? Translating a book.
But of course.
Yes, if my reasoning is correct, this is undoubtedly why Dominic has cut off all contact with the outside world. I do not mean to open old wounds from... You really do, Cyrus, don't lie. That is literally your strategy here, is opening old wounds. But I have heard that you lost your dear daughter to illness some 15 years ago.
Thusly.
Since then, you have secluded yourself and cut off all contact with the outside world. In order to procure the elixirs that might save your daughter, you needed coin, quickly and in large quantities. And so you accepted an unusual task.
Yes.
To wit, producing a translation of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Who told you this?
Now then.
The book that you translated is now in my possession. Clearly you're a scholar of great knowledge and wisdom. You took care to omit the most horrific passages, doubtless because you recognized the danger they posed. As an academic, I will not stand idly by as the knowledge is used for the purpose of evil. So I ask you, who commissioned this translation from you? Come inside.
Many thanks.
Thank you, friend.
Listen.
But where should I even begin?
In truth,
15 years ago, a man came here to me with a request he said was of dire import. Strangely, I cannot recall his name. He was a scholar, and from his words one could tell his mind was as sharp as a blade. But what I remember more than anything were his eyes, which burned blood red with a zeal for knowledge that bordered on obsession.
What in the...
Red eyes. Could it be? No, perish the thought.
after that,
They say in recent years he accepted a prestigious position. Words are not functioning today. He accepted a prestigious position at the Royal Academy in Atlasdam.
It couldn't be.
Headmaster Ivan?
yes.
Ah, yes, it's all coming back to me now. Ivan was his name.
In
Gasp.
truth,
He came to me, a mighty venerable tome in hand. The tome was from the far reaches of hell. I did not have to think twice.
Is that so?
Knowing full well the danger posed by the forbidden knowledge within?
Yes.
Yes, I was not blind to the risk. And yet what choice did I have? The medicines my daughter required cost a veritable fortune, and I am but a humble scholar. So you followed Yvonne's instructions to the letter?
Yes.
Yes, I translated that dreadful tome. All the while fearing for my life what horrors might come to pass if the knowledge fell into the wrong hands. And in the end, even the rarest elixirs could not save my poor girl. Looking back, I believe this was divine punishment for my sins. Headmaster Yvonne, whatever was the man thinking? You say the book is in your possession. I beg of you, promise me.
Leave it to me.
I will see that it is never again used to bring pain and suffering. You have my word. The pain and guilt you bear... Okay, for a second there I thought it had frozen since there was no sound. The pain and guilt you bear is surely beyond my understanding, but I hope this will bring you even a small measure of solace. Rest your heart easy, friend, as best you can.
You have my thanks.
Cyrus, was it? Oh, now for a confrontation.
Come now.
Well, are you going to keep hiding in the shadows, or shall we end this charade? Oh, it's the headmaster's assistant lady. So you are wise to my presence.
Just so.
I knew I was being followed, yes. Fancy meeting you outside the academy. You're the headmaster's assistant, Miss...
Call me Lucia.
Lucia.
Greetings.
A pleasure. Why have you followed me here, Miss Lucia?
I apologize.
Forgive me, Professor Albright. I've meant no offense. I overheard you were investigating the whereabouts of a certain tome. A tome by the name of From the Far Reaches of Hell. Is this correct? And what if it is?
In truth,
What I'm about to say, I ask that you keep in the utmost confidence. I have reason to believe the headmaster Yvonne is plotting something unsavory involving the selfsame tome. Oh, is she going rogue?
I'll be...
So the thief who stole the book from the archives was
yes.
the headmaster himself. Of this I am all but certain. The headmaster's assistant I may be, but first and foremost I'm a scholar in my own right. I will not stand to see my profession's good name sullied by one who would use the knowledge in the name of evil. This is why.
Indeed.
You came here seeking my aid.
Correct.
Yes, my intuition as an academic tells me you are a man to be trusted. As you may be aware, Headmaster Yvonne hails from Stoneguard himself.
Yes.
Yes, I was planning to investigate that very matter after I was done here. The house in which he was born still stands. Yet there are ominous rumors about the place. I've ascertained its location, but I'm hesitant to investigate further on my own. She's gonna die at some point in this chapter, almost certainly. And so I ask Professor Albright, pray lend me your aid.
I see.
Before promising anything, I would see the house with my own eyes.
Correct.
I understand completely. You'll find it on the north side of town. Okay, so I called that correctly at least.
Shall we begin?
Very well, let us pay it a visit straight away. As for whether or not I can cooperate, I will give you my answer there. Is this acceptable?
Thank you.
But of course. Thank you, Professor. I will go on ahead and meet you there. Travel banter, maybe? Yes, travel banter.
Pardon me.
Can I ask you a question, Professor? By all means. What kind of things did you teach back at the palace? Interested in a spot of learning, are we? Then pull up a log and I'll give you a lesson. Huh? History. Let's begin there, specifically with the founding of the mighty kingdom of Hornburg. Wait, I never said... And there followed, and also, in short, he's been talking for an hour now. I'm not sure whether to be annoyed or impressed. But the king, Edbert, if you recall, had his own worries, you see. Professor, can I say something? What is it, Tressa? We really need to get back on the road. I love how hypothetically the story actually just froze for a solid hour. I'm gonna stop by the inn briefly. The low SP on some of the party is bugging me, and it's incredibly cheap to actually get stuff. Or to actually get a rest. Yeah, why not? Let's challenge this person to a duel real quick.
Let us fight with honor.
Okay, it looks like we've actually already fought this person.
The battle is true. Now then. Victory shall be mine. The battle my blade is unbending. Watch my blade dance. Have at you. You shall be healed.
Yeah, the self-heal is nice on Ulberic. It makes him a lot more self-sufficient. I do want to test a couple of things. Okay, that's a no on spears.
The battle is truly joined. Out of my way!
And a no on axes.
Now then. My blade is unbending! Have at you! Watch my blade dance. The battle is truly joined. Now then. The battle is truly joined. Now then. You shall be healed. Now then. Victor, my blade is unbending. I wreak havoc upon thee. With each battle, I grow stronger.
Yeah, I kind of forgot at the start that that big attack was an option. You, do you have anything worth taking? See, I want all of this, but I don't want to pay for any of it. Okay, give it a sec. We're gonna be right back. We're just gonna make a quick stop by the tavern and swap Therian into the party. Then we'll probably do some quick save scumming to get some of these fancy items that I really don't want to leave behind. Like, one of them had a thing called the Inferno Axe. I mean, I gotta have it. And I can't just leave because if I leave town to enter the dungeons, I won't be able to take any of it. Oh my gosh, I want it, but... Oh my gosh, I'm even still on just 2 attempts. I've been avoiding save scumming for a while now, but that axe sounds so cool. I don't want to leave it. Hang on. Time-saving technique. It's going to cost us some money. Hey, be marching, welcome to the stream. That's gonna cost us some money, but we're just gonna go restore reputation instead of save scumming on just 2 attempts. We found someone who has some really cool items to steal, and, well, unfortunately, they're going to take a bit of save scumming. Because, as you can see here, they're all pretty low odds to actually pick up. The only ones that are really a big draw for me are the Knight's Sword and the Inferno Axe. And I think I've already got a Knight's Sword, so I should be able to look at that and decide whether it's worth it. So we might be here for a few minutes. This is the same odds that the gold axe had. And obviously that took a while. I think statistically speaking, we'd expect an average of like 33, 34 attempts, but obviously on something this low, we'd have to go for a pretty long time before we're actually hitting before it's actually surprising that we've still failed. At least there is a save point very close to the building. You don't have to run a long way to try and get it. Excuse me, but could you... Oh, hey! It actually worked. We got that. Equipment. Real quick. Okay, we don't have a Knight Sword. We do have a Moonblade. What kind of... You know, a speed boosting item would actually be a speed boosting sword would actually be really good on Therian. Okay. We'll do just a touch more save scumming for the Knight Sword. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen, but it's going to save us time in the long run to reset our reputation. Still, if we can manage to get those two things with only 7,000 leaves spent instead of like 50,000 leaves spent, I think it'll be worth it. Okay. Back to it. Yeah, we've already got a Moonblade. I'm not that eager to try and get a hold of... No. Oh, hey! We'll try a small amount of save scumming for the Moonblade. The armor I'm not interested in at all. Luckily, the Moonblade should be comparably easy. But we did still get that Knight Sword significantly under odds. Dang! I want to go and check one more thing. I'm guessing I still have 0% chance on attempts to steal the Forbidden Sword, but... I want to make sure. this person. The Forbidden Blade. Yeah, so if I want that, I actually think I have to steal it. Or to buy it. But I don't know that I actually want it that much yet. Because as powerful as it is, it does have a chance to raise the opponent's attack, and that's riskier than what I'm prepared to attempt. Okay, Barrack back in the party. Anyway, we did just manage to do some decent save scumming. Yeah, the Night Sword is probably going to go to Therion. I actually probably should have gone ahead and given it to him at the time. And I kind of want to give the Inferno Axe to Therion as well. Therion's been running with axes equipped for a while now. But anyway. Okay, there's our bit of save scumming taken care of. Probably could have stolen from a couple more of these, but I'll leave that for the end of the chapter. Oh, there is one more thing I want to do. This is where Headmaster Yvonne was born and raised. Okay, but where did he spend most of his days? According to the neighbors, it has lain abandoned for some 20 years now.
Is that so?
Ominous indeed. Shall we let ourselves in? No, she was messing with us. I was prepared to think there was at least a chance that we weren't being tricked, but... Oh well.
Where? What is this place?
Oh, and she stole the translated copy of the book, I bet. Okay, but question, how did she manage to do that with the other 4 people following Cyrus?
Ah, Professor Albright. I apologize for this little ruse.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere. So, we meet again, Headmaster Yvonne.
When I heard you were looking into from the far reaches of hell, I knew your search would lead you here. And sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Your mind is every bit as sharp as I thought it was.
You sent Lucia to keep an eye on me.
What a shame, my dear boy. A thirst for knowledge like yours would be such a terrible thing to waste. So, what do you say? Apprentice yourself to me, and I will overlook your little trespasses.
I mean, play along,
How kind
Cyrus.
of you. I refuse. I am, shall we say, philosophically opposed to your stance on knowledge. I believe that knowledge should be shared, not hoarded for one's personal gain.
I thought you'd say as much. Most unfortunate, Cyrus. Most unfortunate. As you know, this is my house, and I don't get many callers these days. A smart man like you knows what this means, yes? When you starve to death here, no one will be the wiser.
If you think I'll give up without a fight, you don't know me nearly well enough.
What have we here?
Climbing my way out doesn't seem to be an option.
Now then.
Now, how to get myself out of this predicament? I'm guessing that one, translator dude is going to show up to help, actually. Oh, or we're just going to now have everyone here. Oh.
Professor?
Professor Albrecht. Oh, my. I wonder what the option was down here. That voice, could it be?
Are you okay?
Hold on, Professor, I'll lower a rope. Oh, it's the student who be crushing on him. There you go, climb on up. So I wonder if there was a way out, or if I needed to eventually just give up. Oh, Professor, I'm so glad you're safe. Therese. But did you come all the way from Atlasdown? But why?
Actually,
I knew you were in danger, and so I came to warn you. That's quite enough, young lady. Oh, she's gonna die. Dang. You got that knockback. Therese. I knew Cyrus would come, but you have pluck for a girl your age.
You think you can get
Come
away
on,
with
let her
this?
go at once. It is clear hostage negotiation never factored into your scholarly pursuits. Mark my words, Cyrus. Stop meddling in my research or the girl's life is forfeit. Wait. Wait, can I go back down? I can't just straight up leave. I'm not really going to. I just forgot that I meant to check this house. Oh. Maybe I need to guide a translator to him. Okay, that's downstairs. That's the way to progress the story, which isn't what we want at the moment.
Time to teach you a
Ooh,
lesson.
he's got some, I think, fire golems.
How about you? A tempest of ice shall rage.
That'll do the trick.
I'll do my best.
I'm actually kind of guessing that wind might be effective. Oh no, they're blood remnants. Oh, that's really cool, actually.
Let's do this. Night Ode.
Yeah, I'm just kind of scouting for extra vulnerabilities.
A tempest of ice shall rage.
Yeah, okay. got rid of the bats.
My turn now.
Oh, she does have daggers because she's part dancer right now. I forgot. And hey.
Well then, may the sacred flame shine forth.
We managed to luck our way into finding another of their vulnerabilities. I'm sure we'll come across them again at some point so Cyrus can spy out their remaining vulnerability. Huh.
Tis a good day for battle.
Oh, and he's got just a bunch of random students here.
I'll not be defeated.
Researcher 1, 2,
May the
and
sacred
3.
flame shine forth.
And none of them are vulnerable to light.
Victory shall be mine.
Okay, so we've got 2 sword vulnerabilities.
Let's do this.
And being humans, I'm going to make a guess that they are weak to fire. No. Ah well, it was worth a shot. In my defense, most people are vulnerable to fire to a certain extent.
Now, what next?
Oh, we've got a lightning weakness up front.
The battle is... I will cut you down!
My turn now.
And... yeah... let's get a quick little heal on the party. Yeah, that was enough for all of them.
Let's do this. The winds of fortune are howling.
Oh, and we got wind vulnerability on 2 of them.
The battle is truly joined.
An interesting dilemma. All light, smite them down.
Well then. Prepare yourself.
This should knock out the 2 in the back.
What to do?
Huh. Wait, big brain move. Defend. Boost. Knife.
Now then.
I'll do my best.
What is the logical course of action?
I'm kind of just scouting for weaknesses at this point, so I'll know for the
How about
future.
I'll not be done.
Ah, arrows. Gotcha. truth be told, yeah, I really feel like just using basic attacks will actually be more worthwhile than going for my power up full attacks that cost SP.
What is the logical course of action?
Fine. I guess that was a waste.
All light, smite them down.
Oh no!
Tressa can't boost at the moment.
Now then. I think not. Victory shall be mine.
There we go.
With each battle, I grow stronger.
Okay, that turned out to be kind of a waste of time trying to save the SP.
Open for business.
In all reality, hang on. Thunder Guardian, I do actually think the wind is effective against
The
those.
winds of fortune.
Yes, okay.
Ah! Ah! What to do? The winds of fortune are howling. Ah!
Have at you. I will cut you down.
Oh, and we missed
Now.
one of them.
What next?
Nothing will quiet the storm.
My turn now. Ah!
Okay, I managed to break one of them, but not both.
Now, what next?
The battle is
And
truly
Barrick can go ahead and break the remaining one.
I am
And
not
Ophelia, if you wouldn't mind dropping a quick heal on the party, some of them are running low. Specifically Tressa. Mainly Tressa.
My blade is unbending.
It may seem strange that I focused her that time, or him, or whoever the heck that researcher is,
The winds of fortune are howling.
but I'd really like to get that one out of the way,
My focus is unparalleled.
because
Smite them down.
they're harder to break. We have to spend more resources in order to break them.
Prepare yourself. The winds of fortune. The flame.
It's like the
guides
ones
us
in the
true.
back, we have multiple characters that can all hit them for super effective damage, whereas the one up front just kind of sits there being annoying and occasionally using items for annoyingly excessive damage.
Time to teach you a lesson.
My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling.
Like that. That's approximately what I'm talking about.
I'll not be done. Let your wounds be healed.
Unfortunately, Tressa doesn't have much in the way of defenses,
The battle is
and
truly joy. I will cut you down!
Cyrus doesn't have much in the way of hit points.
What to do? I'll not be defeated. Let your wounds be healed.
Now, what next?
Victory shall be mine! My blade is unbending!
An interesting. All light, smite them down.
Oh, I meant a triple boost there, not just double.
Let's do it! The winds of fortune are howling.
Okay. This is at least manageable, even if it's probably going to zap all of us.
Your pain shall be eased.
The battle is truly joy. Out of my way!
Here I go! I'll not be defeated. No, you will not! I'll do my best.
An interesting
Cheeky
dilemma.
little... Defend there.
Pain shall be eased.
Most of them didn't need that, but it does get everyone back up to
Have at
full.
you. With each battle, I grow stronger.
Doodaloo, doodadoo, doodadoo. Yvonne's cellar. Question is he going to escape? Or is there going to be someone more important that we have to go after next?
Can't we settle this like gentlemen?
Oh my gosh, that researcher at the front is actually
Let's
so
do
annoying.
this. The winds of fortune are howling.
Victory shall be mine. Come if you dare.
Yeah, let's try and make the researcher aggro onto old Barrick. He can take it.
My turn now. My turn now. Ah! The winds of fortune!
Now then. I will cut you down!
All light, smite them down.
Here! The winds of fortune are howling.
I should have boosted that one with Cyrus in hindsight. Oh well.
What's this?
Oh,
Now then.
What to do?
oh, I meant to break the one up
My
front.
turn now.
Ah, well. Let's drop a quick heal on the party.
What is the logical course of action? What is the Now the true lesson begins!
I really thought I was going to take out at least the one in
Not to
back.
be defeated.
The battle is truly
Let's do.
Wow. These guys have a surprising amount of durability since they're patterned literally after Cyrus.
witchery.
Oh, that's a problem.
Well then. The winds of fortune.
Okay, I broke that one.
I'll do my best.
Have at you. You shall be healed. What's this now?
It's my turn now. I'll do my best. There.
I'm trying to break.
Have at you.
I'm currently on chapter 3 and pretty close to the end of it, so this is from Cyrus chapter 3. Also, welcome to the stream, Sin City. Hope you're well. Glad you could be here.
You shall be healed.
I'm trying to stall for a minute so that I can get some quick heals on the party.
I think not.
Here I go. Phew. Time for a break.
Ah! Oh, light, smite them down. The battle is
And
truly
old Eric, if you want to go ahead and first aid on
You
yourself.
shall be healed.
Let's do this. I summon Befeldun, the great merchant.
Only had 150 hit points left. Oh, pseudo cider. I'm guessing I can sell that. So yeah, if you're trying to dodge spoilers, this might not be the best place to do so,
No.
as I have gotten a pretty good ways into the game.
interesting dilemma.
Dark Remnant. Okay, that makes it easy enough to figure out.
I'll do my best. May the sacred flame shine forth. Here I go.
And you know what? Just rest up, Tress.
Now then. I will cut you down!
Well then, may the sacred flame shine forth.
These things might survive to the next round. I'm gonna test something out. It was worth a shot.
Dilemma.
Ooh. It was a far cooler name than that move deserved.
An interesting dilemma.
Sacred light to chase the darkness.
Thus ends your lesson.
I probably should have analyzed instead. Found out what their last weakness is to see if it's something that I can take advantage of, but whatever. Ooh, that's sneaky. $12,000 leaves.
Flame, protect us.
An interesting dilemma.
Have at you! I will cut you down!
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune. Let's do this.
The battle is truly joy.
Dang, those guys are dodgy.
It's my turn now. I'll not be defeated. Yeah.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
There we go.
What to do? I won't hold back. I summoned the Felgun, the great merchant.
The battle is truly joined. Out of my way!
I'll do my best. Prepare yourself. I call on the Falcon the Rich.
What is the logical course?
I actually really enjoy pulling that one out.
Lesson begins. Oh, like smite them down.
Just being like, I'm gonna spend some SP real quick for a cheeky pile of money.
I'll do my best. A wind is coming.
I was gonna go for a heal at some point in this process, but honestly,
I think not.
Victory shall be mine.
I don't really think it's necessary.
Here I go. What a nice breeze.
the
Meanwhile,
logical
Tressa is just here talking about a nice breeze.
I'll do my best.
There we go.
I hope I will nail.
Can't we settle this like
I
gentlemen?
just heard something, and I'm not sure if it was in-game or near me.
Now, what next? All light, smite them down.
Now, Cyrus would actually benefit a lot, I think,
I'll do my
from
best.
the trader subclass. It'd make it a whole lot easier for him to restore his own SP.
Victory shall be mine.
It's my turn now. My turn now. Yeah. Here I go.
Victory shall be mine.
Now, nothing will quiet the storm.
The battle is truly joined.
What is the logical course of action? All light, smite them down.
Here I go. The winds of fortune are howling.
Victory shall be
One
mine.
at the front is really annoying.
Out of my way.
My the winds of fortune are howling.
An interesting dilemma. All light, smite them down. An interesting dilemma. I think not.
Witchery.
Oh no.
What is the logical course of action? All light, smite them down.
I'm genuinely just trying to keep my party at a place where they've got a reasonable amount of SP. But it's not really working. Ophelia and Cyrus are both very heavy on the SP usage, so it makes that goal very difficult.
Open for business.
Victory shall be mine. I will cut you down.
Now, what next? All light, smite them down.
My turn now. The winds of fortune are howling. I'll not be defeated. The winds of fortune.
Oh, their little call-outs.
Here I go.
I'm going to put a little bit less effort into dealing with the two in the back for this fight, because they're just not as much of a problem.
The battle is truly joined. Out of my way!
I'll do my best. Yeah.
These guys do all have very high special defenses.
What is the logical course of action?
Here I go. Phew. Time for a break.
How about you?
Ooh.
You shall
Got an idea for how to use this turn effectively.
I'll not
Because the thing is, Olberic and Tress both move before those two in the back this next turn.
The battle is truly joined.
Which means I can break them before they become a problem. And it was free to use that turn for
I
healing.
won't hold back. I summon the Feldun, the great merchant. I'll do my best. Here I go. The winds of fortune.
What is the logical course of my focus is unparalleled. Sacred light to chase the darkness. Thus ends your lesson.
This is a very extensive basement.
Right up.
Like, you don't see basements like that often outside of like a
Here I go.
Call Me Kevin video or something. You know what? Where are my ice soul stones?
Try this on for size.
It was the only option I had for breaking those two in the back at the same time.
What next? Oh, ice! Pierce them through!
You should be able to break the other two by the end of this turn without using any boost points.
Well then.
And there we have it.
Let's do this! The winds of fortune are howling. My turn now. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Okay, well at least we dealt with the two in the back.
What is the logical... Oh, ice! Pierce them through!
Let's do this!
Now then.
I'll not be defeated. Ah!
Your pain shall be eased.
Bring everyone back up to full hit points.
My...
There we go.
Time to
I
close.
also could have just gone ahead and used Analyze to see how close it was to going down. to more accurately gauge how much damage I needed to output the next turn. Ah well. So, hang on. I'm noticing that the progress thing is to the left. Oh, this isn't a way forward? Huh. I thought that was a way to I thought that was a turn in the
Flame,
level.
protect us.
The battle is truly joined.
I'll do my best. Yeah. What to do?
And you know what?
Victory shall be mine. Out of my way.
What to do? Yeah, time for a break.
An interesting.
My turn now. There!
There we go. Cleared out the two in the back at least. Oh, I didn't know they had fire-based powers.
Oh, ice, pierce them through.
I'll not be defeated. If you'll excuse me.
The battle is truly joined.
Let's do this!
Have at you. My blade is
Here I go! I'll do my best. If you'll excuse me.
There we go. That's a nice number of spell points.
Not bad. A passing grade.
Oh, I guess that was kind of a waste since Ophelia was about to level up. Oh well. Dang it, why don't we have... If I ever do another full playthrough of this game, I'm bringing Therian. I'm starting with Therian.
Oh, ice, pierce them through.
I hate passing up those purple chests.
My turn now.
Victory shall be mine.
My turn now. May the sacred flame shine forth. I'll do my best. Ah! May the sacred flame shine forth.
Victory shall be mine. You shall be healed.
You shall be healed, he says to himself. So every character has... every character has their unique skill that no one else can copy. So for example, you may have noticed that we get a random piece of information about the enemy's vulnerabilities when we start the battle. That is a benefit from Cyrus. If we have Cyrus in the party, he spies out one unknown vulnerability on each of our opponents.
May the sacred flame shine forth.
Olberic has a really interesting advantage as well. How close are these? 1,300, okay. Not that close, but not that far either.
The battle is... My blade is unbending!
So, notice what it says here. Olberic goes on the defensive to reduce damage taken and protect allies from physical attacks. That's Olberic's special thing. If we want, we can just have him step in front of... we can defend to have him just block for his allies. Tressa, you may have noticed every time we enter a loading zone, Tressa picks up money off the ground. Ophelia and Primrose, it's pretty straightforward. They can summon their, they can summon people that they've called on to follow them. In combat, Honey can capture and summon monsters. Alphen can concoct special potions. Therian's special benefit is that he is the only one who can open those purple chests. Which means if we don't have Therian in the party, we cannot access the purple chests. Which is, as you might imagine, pretty dang annoying. Well, it's just treasure like in the rest of the chests in the game, but it tends to be particularly good treasure, you know, large value items, things like that.
Smite them down.
Well then.
And as a result,
The winds of fortune.
if we don't have Therian in the party at all times, we're frequently incapable of accessing those chests.
The winds of fortune are howling.
The battle is truly joined.
It's simply an annoyance. Like, there is no requirement to gain access to the chests.
What is the logical course of action? All light.
You can go the entire game without ever opening one, but at the same time, it's nice to get all the loot.
My blade is unbending!
Now, what my focus is on.
My turn. Prepare yourself. What to do? I won't hold back. I summoned the Feldun, the great merchant. Time to close up shop.
But yeah, I'm never going to bother to do a full sweep of the map to try and get all of the stuff, because the map is absolutely massive, and most of the stuff isn't actually required for completion. And that's kind of been the focus in this playthrough, is actually completing the game for once, since I never do that. Oh, before I forget, there's really not much point in unlocking that when I could save those points for the next thing. Now, that one could actually come in handy. Oh, I can't quite do that one. SP consumption, generating HP, extra healing space. One additional turn. Let's put on surpassing power. And swap Hang Tough for Encore, because that's literally just better. I don't really enhance Tress, but she can give enhancements. I wish I had gone a bit further with Dancer for Cyrus, because honestly, Second Wind would have actually been quite helpful. Hey Steve, welcome to the stream. Who has the most interesting story so far?
Therese!
It's kind of tricky to say.
Professor?
You just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? You disappoint me, Cyrus. I took you for a more logical man.
Headmaster Yvonne, what do you intend to do with her?
The girl went poking around in my secrets. I fear she can't be allowed to live.
Cyrus also went poking around in your secrets, and you offered him the chance to live.
So I'll finish off teacher and student in one fell swoop.
I don't know, I'm still trying to think of who who I think has the most interesting
You'll
story.
not lay a hand on my pupil. I'll see to that.
You seem terribly agitated, Cyrus. It's not good for the humors.
You're gonna get some ghosts in the humors too, and that's just gonna cause problems.
You taste the power I summoned from the far reaches of hell!
Oh, that's actually cool. I thought this was going to be a straightforward sorcerer on sorcerer battle, but
Victory shall be mine!
I'll admit I'm kind of excited for this since it's pretty different from what happened in the past levels.
A touch of death!
I'll do my best.
Oop, we got a light weakness. That's useful.
Here I go.
That was very useful. And we'll donate some boost points to Cyrus.
My focus.
Because now we can find out what these guys' weaknesses are. Okay.
Victory shall be mine!
I couldn't tell if that actually hit the guy in the back. Okay, we broke the two up front.
Curse of witchery!
Ouch.
Let's do this.
And I guess he can't use skills now? You know what? Tressa is the only one who can use knives. So, oh, that was the fastest
I'll do
way to
my
test
best.
that. Hey, that was
May the
useful.
sacred flame shine forth.
Okay, luckily he can deal with only having basic attacks. If there's anyone that can handle that scenario, it's Ulberic. Oh, I meant to fully boost. Oh well.
Here I go.
Thinking on it, I would say that as far as like character arc goes, Alf probably has the most interesting character arc so far.
Peacock strut.
What is the logical? Nothing will quiet the storm.
I'm gonna need to start focusing a bit more on healing.
Well then. Bring about a
Big
miracle of
heal.
healing.
Okay, if I break this guy this turn, I'll have time to break the other guy next turn.
Night Ode. do my best. May the sacred flame shine forth. What to do?
An interesting dilemma.
Nothing will quiet the storm.
Yeah, he's basically Abomination. I feel like that was at least partly meant to be a joke, but no, it's pretty much true.
Well then. Bring about a miracle of healing.
The battle is truly joined.
Jeez. Come on, old Eric. Actually hit something.
I won't hold back.
Yes, we finished off one of the guys up front at least.
An interesting dilemma.
Okay, real quick.
So much to learn.
Fire! I can work with that. I just didn't know what the weakness was.
How about you?
Alright, let's see now.
My blade is unbending!
There we go.
Let's do
Okay,
this.
just one opponent now.
Well then. Oh, sacred light.
What is the logical
Okay.
course of action?
And now...
Your
Now we have a turn with some actual wiggle room.
How about you?
Science experiment turns someone into a giant gray monster? Yeah. No, like, I can't disagree with this. Ooh, wait. And
A touch of
poison.
venom?
Yeah. Let's get that passive damage going.
Well then. Oh, sacred light.
You know, in hindsight, I probably should have called in my allies, or my,
Victory shall be mine.
oh, whatchamacallit. Okay, let's incite to draw some aggro over to Wolberic for the moment.
An interesting.
Now the true lesson begins.
My turn.
But yeah, if I had to go with who had the most character growth, I would say Alf. Like, he's actually facing conflicts not just with what's happening in his life, but more so with his worldview.
I summon summoned the Feldun, the great merchant.
Which I find an interesting challenge. Okay, he's got a fresh vulnerability. Real quick, we are going to summon an old man. For some faster breaking.
Truly joined. Stand firm.
No, Alpha's the apothecary.
Much to learn.
Let's do this.
The battle is... I think not.
There we go.
I'll do my best. Oh, sacred light.
But yeah, Alpha's set out with a pretty simple idea of the world, and it's faced some challenges that reflect a pretty good mix of difficulty.
Oh, flames, rage strong.
Including having to consider the idea that maybe he not only can't, but shouldn't save everyone.
I'll do my best. Oh, sacred light. What to do?
Tress, if you wouldn't mind giving old Barrick an extra
For you.
BP to play with.
What is the logical course of action?
As far as, like, the actual scenario,
You will atone for your sins.
I'd honestly say that,
My blade is unbending.
Cyrus's story is actually probably the most interesting,
I won't hold back.
like, without considering
I summoned the Feldun,
personality,
the great
because
merchant.
Cyrus is more or less the same person he was at the start of the game.
Here I go. Elfric, bringer of the flame.
But the idea that there's this book that teaches powerful necromancy,
Is unparalleled.
and it's been stolen and needs to be retrieved. Overall, kind of a cool concept. Because it makes you think about what could happen, and then we're talking full-on zombie apocalypse here.
Victory shall be mine.
You know what? Yeah,
Use this.
Cyrus, take some more SP. You'll need it.
Let's do this. I'll not be defeated.
Old man, if you could please set this guy on fire, that would help. Oh, I thought it was purely a multi-hit option.
Interesting dilemma.
So, you know, Cyrus is actually still under the effects of the Felgen, or Elfric's auspices, so
tempest of ice shall
Spamming
rage.
the multi-hit spells for
Tempest
faster
of
breaking
ice
is
shall rage.
definitely a good approach here.
Let's do this! Yeah!
Yvonne is losing control of his
How about you?
body. I don't actually know what that stat change is. But yeah, let's go ahead and incite one more time.
Come if you dare.
What is the logical course of action?
A tempest of ice shall rage.
However, instead of breaking with Ophelia, since the guy following her is probably going to do the breaking anyway, we're gonna go ahead and donate a boost point to
I
Ulberic.
trust in your aid.
The reasoning for that is that Ulberic will hit 3 boosts this time around. And you know what? We'll even give Cyrus an energizing pomegranate.
Now then,
My blade is
And
unbending.
now for the reason I wanted full boost on Ulberic.
I wreak havoc upon thee.
Oh, I was hoping that would
What's
do
it
more
do?
damage.
Peacock strut!
and now the true lesson of great inferno to scorch the land.
Wait. Oh, heck, I forgot. He doesn't have Elfric's Auspicious anymore.
Stand firm.
Oh, I probably should have gone for
What's it
Insight
do?
instead.
What is the logical course of action?
A great inferno to scorch the land.
I'll not be defeated. I trust in your aid.
Old man, could you stop retreating? We're just gonna keep calling you back. Aww. He knocked one of my boost points away. You know how long it's going to take me to restore those?
Now then,
Come if you dare.
I'll not be defeated. My turn now. For you. I'll do my best. Huh? Ah!
Okay. We're gonna... Oh, wait. Oh, wow. Everyone's actually got a good supply of boost points this time around.
Ah! Ta!
Victory shall be mine. Stand firm.
There's a reason I'm going kind of slow here. Okay, yeah. Dancer skills. Peacock strut. Actually, lion dance.
Lion
Now, what next? A great inferno to scorch the land.
Victory shall be mine. I shall pierce you through.
What to do?
Okay, a lot of planning has gone into this turn. But I think we're about to see the results.
Here I go!
Aelfric's Auspices on Olberic. Oh, but I keep forgetting that you can't use that on divine skills, so that was actually just kind of a complete waste.
My focus is unparalleled. A great inferno to scorch the land.
I keep forgetting that you can't use Aelfric's Auspices to boost divine skills, so I could do Brand's Thunder right now, but it would only execute once. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Cross Stray. Yeah, that
Out of my way.
might have been more damage than
I'll not be
one
defeated.
Brand's Thunder, but I kind of doubt it.
Oh, sacred light!
The thing is, this guy hasn't actually been in any way threatening for a minute now.
What is the...
What to do? I summoned the Feldun, the great merchant! You got more than you bargained for.
4 a.m. halfway through a paper due at 9 a.m. My focus is unparalleled. Yeah, I felt that. A small amount of pain, but still. I am all powerful. I am eternal, immortal. No. Oh. Lies. They were all lies. Lies? Who lied to you? It cannot end like this. It must not. Oh, he dead. We still need to track down the original copy. Professor?
You have my gratitude.
Therese, you saved my life.
Thank goodness.
Professor, I'm so glad you're... What have I done? A teacher endangering the life of his pupil? But I can reflect upon my failings another time. For now, I must get you to safety. I am at least slightly suspicious that that fainting was fake.
Awake, are you?
Okay, depending on how long past it might not have been, but I could totally see this girl pretending to faint to get Cyrus to carry her out.
Yes, Professor.
Yep, inevitable.
Therese, I must know what you saw and heard. You'll tell me, yes?
Yes, Professor. One day I heard the headmaster talking to someone in his office.
Yeah, no, monologuing definitely ranks higher than trying to catch someone who's falling over. I mean, how often do you get the chance to catch someone falling over? Probably pretty frequently in a lot of situations. But the chance to monologue? That's a rare thing. One day I heard the headmaster talking to someone in his office.
I couldn't make out the other voice, but they were talking about you. They were saying they would see you dead. So I...
You came all the way here to warn me.
Yes, Professor.
I see. Well, Therese. As your teacher, I must scold you for your most reckless and careless actions.
I understand, Professor.
There's a butt coming.
One
Yep.
thing is also clear. Were it not for your actions, I would have died in that dark pit. And so, as a man, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Therese, from the bottom of my heart. But you must promise me one thing.
He's about to say something about getting back to her studies.
What is it, Professor?
In the future, pray consult someone you can trust
Oh,
before
wow.
embarking on such a dangerous course of action.
He didn't actually do that.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I did learn from the best.
Shots
I suppose
fired.
you did, didn't you?
Professor,
I must continue my journey, but I will send letters. Yes, I'll include assignments to keep your mind sharp.
So is this just a house in Stone Guard? Has he just commandeered a building for her?
I look forward to that, Professor.
But I think we've talked enough for the day. You should rest.
Wait, Professor! The headmaster. He said one more thing.
And we gotta get the Chapter 4 plot hook, of course.
What's this now?
He said that once you were out of the way, there was a place he would go.
Intriguing. And where might that be, pray tell? I appreciate your concern, but I will go there. I must. In a way, we are not so different, the headmaster and I.
Professor,
That unquenchable thirst for knowledge, bordering almost on obsession. And yet, our philosophies regarding the ultimate purpose of knowledge could not be more different. The headmaster used his position and prestige to hoard knowledge for his own foul ends. As an academic, I cannot forgive this. Knowledge is for one and all. We inherit the knowledge of our ancestors and pass it on to those who follow us. Only then is its true value realized. Headmaster Yvonne believed true knowledge should begin and end with him. He was wrong. Always remember this, Therese. Knowledge is a bounty to be shared by all.
Let's appreciate that
bounty?
Cyrus really isn't acknowledging the genuinely apocalyptic potential of this knowledge that's floating around. Like, he's doing it to make sure that it's not
The more of us
hoarded.
that possess true knowledge, the richer we all become.
Rather than with the focus on not letting
Those who
more
seek knowledge must
unholy and
never forget this.
destructive
That is what I
abominations be
believe.
created.
And those who would use their knowledge for nefarious ends must be stopped.
So, it would be wrong of me to keep this to myself. The headmaster said he was headed to the town of Duskbarrow.
I see. Thank you, Therese.
And there we have a chapter 4.
Your teacher will not make the same mistake twice. When I act, I will exercise due caution.
I can believe you this time?
Please do, my dear girl.
If you say so, then I shall see you when you return.
You have my word.
I think she needed some sort of convincing because she was worried about what would happen to him if he went. I don't know that it was necessarily that exact speech. I think that just gave her time to realize that
I will arrange
she
for
did
someone
have to
look
tell
after
him.
you until your strength returns.
That was a heavy chapter as far as... Or that was a heavy boss fight as far as spell points were concerned.
Duskbarrow. Whatever did the headmaster seek there?
I mean, in all this searching, you still
Judging
haven't
from his
found...
transformation to that dreadful beast, the power he obtained was an unholy one indeed.
You never did find the original copy of the book.
Is it possible that the tome holds not only the secrets to death, but new forms of life? And yet, I find it hard to believe that transforming himself into a demon was the headmaster's ultimate goal. After all, did he not say he was betrayed? And the original copy of the tome is still nowhere to be found. So many questions remain. But now I know where I can find the answers. On to Duskbarrow, and whatever dark secrets await me there.
And so Cyrus left Stoneguard behind, having witnessed with his own eyes the nightmarish powers contained within the pages of that baleful tome. But what do Yvonne and his cohorts truly seek? Whether he was ready to face them or not, Cyrus would find his answers in Duskbarrow. And we got some travel banter. Professor, that monster. You speak of Headmaster Yvonne. Yes, he seemed just a normal person, and then some monsters are created in laboratories, so it is certainly possible to transform a man into one. There will always be people prepared to use knowledge for vile ends. I never thought knowledge to be so frightening. Yes, but remember that while it can serve evil, it is also the weapon we need to defeat that same evil. You mean it all depends on who uses it? Precisely. That is why, you see, the pursuit of knowledge demands virtue and integrity. Knowledge nobly won can be shared for the benefit of all men. I warrant that if it had been you who'd found that knowledge, you would have known how to use it for good. Such glowing praise, you flatter me, dear lady. Okay, so we are going to do a quick party change. We'll bring in Therian in place of Cyrus, so that we can do a sweep of the town. And you know what? Despite the fact that we don't really need it, per se, I'm gonna go ahead and buy that sword. The one that I don't think we'll be able to steal. Oh. Who was it? Not you, it was you. Because we might want it at some point. And I did get it for like 25 grand off. Dang it. Still don't have good odds on that dazzling artwork. I think I can afford to fail a couple of times here. Really? Oh, well. Okay, before I try and do the rest, let's actually save. I think I really did have quite the expansive basement. So wait, was this the house? No. There we go. So the odds on this. I'm getting a bit impatient, but I don't really feel like more saves coming. Though in the end, that does kind of slow me down if I have to keep going back to restore my reputation. But I know it's only 3,500 here, and that bit of artwork is going to sell for much more. Trouble is, I really didn't want to backtrack all this way to save, and now look at me, I'm doing it anyway. Ah, well. Let's get the fancy art.
Hello.
Hey, finally some stuff that's actually easier to steal. I knew there had to be some things floating around this town that have leveled up enough to get a hold of easily. Oh jeez, this lady is hiding down here. Okay. Well, I think we've stolen all we need to in this town. So let's look at party configuration for the next chapter. So yeah, it looks like Alberic and Tressa are no longer in the lower end of levels in our party. And the next chapter is Primrose, so we definitely need her. So it's between Tressa, Alf, or Therian, Alf, and Hanit to fill those last 2 slots. I think we'll want these 3. Therian and Hanit have some redundancy. Whereas actually with these 4, I don't think there's any redundancy, because we've got Cleric and Trader, we've got Dancer and Scholar, Apothecary and Thief, Hunter and Warrior, yeah. We've got all 8 classes represented for this last one. For this last chapter 3. I don't know why I'm spamming save. Well, I mean, I do. It's just kind of an obsession, but still. So, our last chapter 3 takes place back in Primrose hometown. Back in Noble Court. Yeah. Let's give it a shot and see if we can finish. There's one other thing that I actually really want to do soon, which is to challenge the monsters in this cave. As I recall, they were like, it was recommended level 40, and there's actually a side quest that relates to it, so I really kind of want to do that. I need to keep an eye out for another person to drag along in our adventures, because Ophelia's almost out of summons with her old man that she's been dragging around. You know what? We might actually go for that for the moment. Because poison is a surprisingly useful thing in this game. It's weird. The people relating to quests always seem to just kind of vanish when you don't need them around anymore. Like, when their chapter is done, they just no longer exist. Defense boost. Offense boost. Nah, I'm gonna keep my poison guy around. Oh, hey, Kip. Sorry, I really don't know what to do for your side quest, and I don't really care. And there is a hidden item that you can see glinting there in the background. Like, straight above Ophelia. But we can't go back there yet, because I think that's part of Primrose Chapter 3. Full enfeeblement. I would hope that's against the enemies and not us, but anyway. Wait a second. They're exactly the same stats. Ooh, I can inquire this person. Came to Cobblestone in search of the woman he adores. Earnest and sincere to a fault, he has never forgotten his dear Lori, who he has known since childhood, still loves to this day. Though he will never see her again in this life, he hopes to see her in the next. Well, that explains why you're standing in a graveyard. I want to thank you again for finding Lori's diary, but I've sad news to tell. She's dead. This here is her grave. It fills my heart with sorrow to see her grave, but better that than never known at all. I'm going to build a new life for myself here in this town where her body lays. Okay, real quick, we're actually gonna do something. We're gonna warp back to Stoneguard real quick. Because I may be misremembering. But I think the name Lori came up in town here. So, hang on, if I double check. Oh, it was Layla. That was the name. Okay, never mind. I thought I remembered the name Lori, but different L name. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to find that guy's sister. In order to get him to stop harassing the town folk. Okay, we're gonna drop a quick save and fire up Primrose Chapter 2. Oh, I always forget there are a lot of people in here.
Truth is... Oh. How fare thee?
Hey, Cyrus. Now, we just did your chapter. You're at a pretty good level. Heeding the words of the dying crow, you have come to Noble Court, where you hope to find the truth that has eluded you for so long. Continue the tale. Story so far. In the town of Stillsnow, Primrose got her first taste of revenge. There she struck down the left wing of the crow, driving the dagger engraved with her father's words into his breast. Faith shall be your shield. The words had served her well. Now two remain, the man with the mark on his right arm, and the foulest bird of all with the mark on his neck. Go home to Noble Court, she was told. There you will find the truth you seek. But will this truth bring her peace or further pain? After too many years, Primrose comes home.
Oh my.
How long has it been? When I left this place, I thought I would never return. The crow said I would find the truth here. But what truth was he speaking of? Two more men bearing the mark of that foul bird. My search continues here. Look, that young lady, is that not Lady Primrose? No way you would recognize her. It's been years. She was a literal child when she left. You're seeing things, friend. House Hazelheart is nothing but a memory now. Right, of course. No need to drag up old ghosts. There's plenty enough going on in the present. Just look. What's happening over there? Darling, please open your eyes. No, say it's not so. Turn the light. I will not go. Turn the lights out. Carry me home. Cry and shame that, and just as his business was starting to take off,
Just so.
rumor has it he voices displeasure with the lordship a bit too loudly, if you catch my meaning. That's why I keep my mouth shut, lest I end up dead on the street like that poor sod.
What?
A murder? In Noble Court of all places?
But...
When I was young, Father in the City Watch saw that hardly a crime was committed here. What has become of this place since I left? Move! Out of the way, you slack-jawed fools! We're here by the express order of his lordship to inspect the scene. Now clear out lest we toss you in jail for impeding the investigation.
How can that...
The Lord's own guardsmen are investigating the crime? Where's the City Watch? Is that someone she recognizes? In the distance? I know that man. He was one of Father's trusted friends. Ravello Forsyth, a lieutenant commander of the City Watch. At least he used to be. So he was spared the wrath of the crows, at least. A raven from Still Snow, sir. I fear the tidings are ill. Master Rufus is,
Oh?
So the left wing has been clipped. It was the Hazelheart girl that did the deed, you say? So she still lives after all. Obviously, this is the lord of the town. Guess we'll just have to do something about that. Mark my words, the Hazelheart line ends here. Not the best with an evil laugh, but I try.
Could it be?
Lady Primrose? Is that truly you, Lady Primrose?
Impossible.
I know that voice. from a lifetime ago. Hello.
Primrose.
Do mine eyes see true? You've grown lovelier than I ever could have dreamed, Lady Primrose.
Simeon.
Where have you been all these years? Not here, that's for certain. You know I always wanted to run fast and far as I could from this stuffy old town. So I set out on a journey across the realm. And yet, no matter how far I traveled, I could not escape from the pain of losing you.
Of course.
These days I make a living as a playwright of sorts. I pen dramas and tragedies for the stage. You always did have a way with words. I swore I would never return to this place. Then one day I felt an odd yearning. And no sooner do I arrive than I'm reunited with you. Fate is a mysterious thing, is it not?
Primrose.
But enough about me. Where have you been all these years, my love? What do I even tell him? Something tells me she's a lot more over him than he is of her. There's not a thing I can say without sullying his memories of me forever.
I'm sorry.
My apologies, that was too forward of me. You needn't say a thing. Besides, I can imagine all too well without hearing a word. Life has not been kind to you, and though you've grown all the more beautiful through the hardships you no doubt suffered, it still pains me that you had to suffer them. Simeon's gentle words stirred something in Primrose, a feeling she had not felt in many years. For the first time in what seemed like forever, she felt somewhere deep in her heart a measure of peace. He is too kind to me. He always was. Oi, what are you two doing loitering about? That looks like a spot of trouble I'd just as soon avoid. Come, my lady, let's find somewhere we can chat in private. Ah, yes, another part of the same bridge.
So many memories. Memories of my childhood days in this town.
Okay, so we're getting some flashback to fill in the backstory.
I could never understand why my father was so strict with me. I was always running off to the gardens for a good cry.
And that was where I would find you. And find an excuse to shirk my duties as gardener's apprentice. I wanted nothing more than to spend time with you. To be a part of your world. Little lady, why do you cry so?
What?
Okay, this age gap is at least a little bit concerning.
We couldn't help but be drawn to one another. Like the
How,
bees.
like, did they just not want to hire a separate voice actor for him for back then? But couldn't they have at least given him a shorter character model?
You were always penning poems for me. Your words, your songs, gave me comfort and solace. In the darkest days, after I lost father, you would sing them for me over and over.
To tell the truth, Primrose, I left this town to search for you. tried so many times to forget you. To accept that you were gone.
Does he have a different
Yet
voice?
time and again, I found myself reciting the poems I had written you. Can you forgive me, Primrose?
There is nothing to forgive. It was all so very long ago. I too have moved on from those days. I have found my own reason to go on.
And when the moon waxes full and bright in dark heaven, and stars glitter worlds away from earthly sorrow, would that sleep hold you in her soft embrace. Then shall my eyes close, lips open in prayer, for it is only in dreams that we may meet again.
Simeon.
And then there was silence. In that moment, there was nothing that words could convey.
Lady Primrose, I intend to remain in town for some time yet. I still have not forgiven myself, knowing that I could not do more for you. It tortures me to this day. If there is any way at all, in which I can be of service to you, my lady, you need only say the word.
Thank you, Simeon. Enough distractions. I must find the men marked by the crow. But where to begin?
Oh, don't worry about that, Prim. We'll just look at the mini-map. Ooh, travel banter.
This is...
So this is where you were born and raised. It is, though much has changed in the last 10 years. The people, the town... It seems like this lord we've been told about has a lot to do with that. Yes, and none of the changes has been for the better. This was a happier place when I knew it. It was peaceful and prosperous. My father was a strict man, but he was respected and loved by the people. I would very much like to see your town as it once was. If only I could have shown it to you, how proud I was of where we lived. Oh, Primrose. Oh, was that her father's grave?
Farewell.
Farewell, Joffrey. I will return.
What?
What is this? Are my eyes to be believed?
How could
My
this...
lady, are you Joffrey's... It has been far too long, Master Forsyth.
Lady Primrose?
Too long indeed. We all knew you would grow to be a great beauty, but even still, I feel as though I'm standing before a vision from the heavens. It brings me great joy to know you are well, my Lady Primrose. As it does me to see you hale and hearty, Master Forsyth.
Thank the gods.
Age has stopped my back and blurred my eyes, but just seeing you before me, I thank the gods for blessing me with long... He's got brown hair. How is he that old? You flatter me overmuch, good sir. I was just paying Joffrey a visit, as I do from time to time. You should do the same, Lady Primrose. Let your father bask in your beauty as well.
No.
No. I cannot face father, not yet. Before that, there is something I must do. I'm sorry to hear it, my lady. But where have you kept yourself all these years? There are many here who would have been more than happy to take you in.
The truth.
I've been on a journey of sorts, if you must know the truth.
I'm
Forgive
sorry.
me. I had no idea you'd suffered through such dark days. You did well to endure and return to us, Lady Primrose.
Actually...
I only endured because I must. I must learn the truth behind Father's death. And have my revenge upon those who took him from me. Master Forsyth, is there nothing you can tell me? There was a time when I too spared no effort in trying to unravel the secrets behind Lord Joffrey's murder. But in the end, I was left wishing I never had. My lady, I urge you to tread lightly. This business will be the death of you if you do not watch your back. I'm ready for whatever may come.
I know what I must do.
Very well. Come with me. I will tell you what I know.
Oh!
I'm back, Anna.
Oh?
I was wondering what was keeping you, dear. Pray tell, who is this beauty you've brought with you?
It's not possible.
Lady Primrose. My, but I never, and so beautiful a woman grown. Pinch me, my dear, I must be dreaming. I thought the same myself. Now what say we share a cup of tea? And so, from that dark day onward, the balance of power here in Noble Court shifted, and shifted dramatically. Under Lord Joffrey's stewardship, House Azelhart was the most prominent of all the great families. Working closely with the City Watch, he took it upon himself to uphold the peace and keep the people happy. Crime of any sort was nigh unheard of. Oh, what happy days those were. Those with a want to do ill deeds might have found it a bit stifling. But it matters little. Those times of peace and security are all but a dream now. In the chaos and disorder that followed the fall of House Azelhart, a group of men seized power. They call themselves the Obsidians, the name shared with the Parlor. They began their operation peddling illicit tinctures back when your father still lived. Working in the shadows, just out of sight of Joffrey's watchful eye, they made one shady deal after the next, filling their coffers and making powerful friends. Swayed by the influence of their coin, countless once lawful men cast their lot with these villains, and the ones that didn't. Captain Albus commanded the City Watch in those days. Maybe you remember him? He was Lord Joffrey's right hand, and the most just and honorable man I've been privileged to know. Unfortunately, his code of honor put him at odds with the Obsidians, so they took action. Murdered, like my father.
And then...
Absent his leadership, the City Watch collapsed, and the Obsidians seized power with the greatest of ease. I spent years trying to follow the trail of corruption, to find out who it led and where the blood money flowed. In the end, I found that I was up against an opponent too evil. I've faced innumerable threats in my own life. 2 of my cohorts from the Watch, who worked tirelessly to help me try to track down the truth, were murdered in cold blood. Honor and justice are long dead here, never to return. I'm an old man now, and I grow weary of this battle. I am but a minor landowner with no influence of which to speak. All I can do is bring flowers to Joffrey's grave.
Lady Primrose?
There's nothing more I can do for him or for you, and so I beg of you, Lady Primrose, leave this place. Trust me, my lady, were your father here, he would say the same. I beg to differ, Master Forsyth. Were my father here, this is what he would say.
Faith shall be your shield.
Mayhap you're right. Mayhap I have only twisted my memories of Joffrey to ease my regret at my own cowardice. Forgive me, my lady. I do you a dishonor.
Now then.
I know where the Obsidians make their headquarters in town. I'll take you there. Just give me directions, actually. I'd rather not get you stabbed get you stabbed before you can get home to your wife. Prepare, then talk with Ravello. We haven't had to use path action yet. So there's still someone that we're going to need to allure. Ophelia has so many job points and nothing to spend them on because I haven't felt like remixing the jobs again. Do you remember our boy Jen, milady? Perhaps you don't recall, but the 2 of you were playmates as children. So many nights you came sneaking back home after dark, and I would scold the 2 of you together. Felt as if I'd gained a daughter. Of course, Jan's a man grown now. He works with his father, looking after the town and tending to our estate. But I've heard him murmur more than once over the years. I wonder where Lady Primrose might be now. And now fate has brought you back to us at last. A splendid thing, is it not? Yeah, you know what? Let's dive in. This is the den of the Obsidians.
Lovely.
You've my gratitude, Master Forsyth. I cannot guarantee your safety should you choose to go forward, my lady.
I owe you a debt.
Nor would I ask you to.
Lady Primrose?
You mean to avenge Joffrey's death, do you not?
I'll do what I must.
It has been my sole reason for living all these years. Very well. In that case, Lady Primrose, pray allow this old man to accompany you. There was a time when I too vowed I would see justice served. For so long I had abandoned hope and lost my way. But reuniting with you, it has lit the path before me anew, as if the light of the flame shined upon us. I realize now that for all I have learnt over the years, I still know nothing of true bravery.
So then...
Master Forsyth,
I beg of you.
if your faith will be your shield, Lady Primrose, let me be the sword at your side. Oh, come on, I don't get the chance to say no. You do enjoy the word mayhap. You're right, Beam Harching. Sir, Lady Azelhart comes calling.
Oh?
Does she now? How thoughtful of her to save me the trouble of hunting her down myself. It's all playing out just as the boss said. Which reminds me, wasn't he supposed to be joining us?
Yeah!
On that matter, sir, I'm afraid there's been a slight change of plans. He left a message. It appears there are some preparations he would see to first. That's our boss. He always had a flair for the dramatic. Sir? No doubt he's preparing a welcome party of his own. My Lady Azelhart. 'Tis a pity you'll not live to see it. For the right wing will snuff the life out of you right here. And the objective is literally just pay a visit to the right-hand man. Except we're going to ignore that so that I can finally pick up that item that's been sitting there out of reach for most of the playthrough. So I'm guessing I just straight up can't open that front door. The Obsidian Mansion. And there's probably going to be at least one purple chest in here that we can't open because we don't have Therian in the party and it's going to be depressing. Ooh, what are those guys in the back?
Letting the hunt begin.
I am ready.
Well then, bring about a miracle of healing.
Here goes nothing.
It's a shaggy spider.
Well then.
And the ones at the back are literally just icky slug.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I am ready.
Oh, and it's knives.
All right. Don't mind if I do.
I am ready.
My turn. Prepare yourself. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Coming. Holding back nothing.
So it would be a guaranteed capture on the shaggy spider. but a high chance of capturing the icky slug, and I'm a little bit more curious about that thing. Okay, so its skill is Black Bile, and this thing is Soporific Claw. Yeah, I want this guy. Let's see, 4 summonings. And we'll drop the Avalanche Mushroom. We've got plenty of heals.
Let's get down to work.
Probably could have gotten away with that without actually using SP.
I'll do my best.
I am ready.
Watch me now. Coming, if thou darest.
Here goes nothing.
Oh wow, it survived all that?
Well then.
I think that ability was literally Expel Septum.
I am ready.
What next?
Here goes nothing. Don't mind if I do. Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
Didn't actually even have enough health left for me to restore all of my SP from that. Oh, that's funny.
Flame, protect us. I'll not be defeated.
Okay, yeah, those are light sentinels. I think there's a small chance that Trade Tempest will break them, but it didn't. Okay, I need shadow damage to deal with them. Luckily, unless they use,
Nighthode, bring your shade. Letting my arrow fly and true.
Bring it on.
unless they use their light-based attacks, they really can't do anything significant to me.
May the sacred flame shine forth.
I am ready.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
Here we go. I'm feeling better already.
What next? Yeah! I will cut him down.
Are they not vulnerable to swords? I could have sworn all of the sentinels were. Huh. Okay. They've got a lot of things like that lately, where it looks like there's a path forward, or a path in another direction, but there just isn't. Oh, those are some funky looking crows in the back there.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
I am ready.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
then.
Okay, those things in the back will almost certainly be weak to wind. Yep.
Here we go.
Oh, dang it. There we go.
Here goes nothing.
No good.
I feel like Alpha's just struggling with accuracy generally, without even worrying about the without even worrying about the blindness status effect. Oh, not True Strike. Take Aim. I always get those two mixed up because I think of the True Strike from D&D, which, while useless, is completely different from True Strike in this.
Coming. Cowering before the huntress.
Oh, that worked.
I honor thee, my quarry.
Well, fair enough. It let us dodge the need to spend a bunch of extra SP by spending a massive amount all at once, but still. Okay.
I will battle.
I am ready. Nighthode, bring your shade.
I'll do my best. The winds of fortune.
See, I want to just do Arrow Storm because it would
Bring it on. That'll do her.
it would be able to break the two in the back without spending any unrenewable resources.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
But at the same time,
Well then.
Aerostorm is already an inaccurate option.
Here we go.
You know what? There. Alphen's a little bit low.
Try again.
Yeah, D&D True Strike, you spend an action and your concentration until your next turn to gain advantage on the first attack you make against the chosen target on your next turn. It's a completely useless spell in 99% of situations that actually come up in D&D, since it's generally going to be more reliable to make an attack this turn and an attack the next turn, and not spend your reaction on just, or your, oh, words. not spend your concentration on something that you can't
I
really
will
make
not be
use
like,
of.
what next?
Or on gaining advantage with a single attack. Oh, thank goodness.
Rain and arrows up on them.
Really? I only managed
Here
to do
goes nothing.
breaking damage to one?
Don't mind if I do.
I'll not be
Gosh,
defeated.
my accuracy is struggling here. You know what?
I am ready.
Coming. Yeah.
The winds of fortune.
The thing is, while that's making progress
on.
through breaking that one of them, I don't know what other abilities I've got that could actually deal breaking damage. Hey, let's go, knife weakness.
I am ready.
Here goes nothing. Alrighty. I'm feeling better already.
Oh my gosh.
Letting my
How was a
arrows fly
slug
true.
that hard to hit? Yeah, it includes concentration, and also mathematically, if you attack 2 separate times, you have a chance of hitting both times. If you attack with advantage, you've only got a chance of hitting once.
The winds of fortune.
That gives the advantage to attacking twice.
What's this?
Oh my gosh.
Letting the hunt
Could you guys
begin.
stop statusing my people?
No good.
The peacock struck.
Bring it on.
Elf, I swear,
Not be
hit
defeated.
the stupid thing.
Prepare yourself. The winds of fortune.
All right.
What next? Yeah. The hunt endeth.
The number of times Alf missed in that battle was just insulting. I refuse to just sit here running more or less perfectly executed battles just to have Alf missing every single hit. Thunder Creator, that'll be a wind vulnerability.
Don't mind if I do.
Now he can hit for some reason.
I am ready.
What next?
I'll not be defeated.
Ah, yes. Nice Christmas joke, Steve. I get it. I get it.
May the sacred flame shine forth.
What next?
I am ready.
Let in the...
Bring it on. I'm feeling better already.
I'll not be defeated. Bring about a miracle of healing.
What's the big idea?
Oh no, not Expel Septum.
Well then, may the sacred flame shine forth.
Oh, I probably could have boosted that one to
What
do a
next?
number on.
Here we go.
To do a number on the one that was already broken.
That'll do her.
Coming. If
Could you
thou
guys
darest.
stop stampeding my party, please?
Never missing.
I am ready.
My turn now. Prepare yourself. May the sacred flame shine forth.
There we go.
All right.
Now it's down to one.
Don't mind if I do.
I wish the one in front was a prawn. That'd be... Actually, I can't even say that'd be easier to deal with, because that's probably patently a lie.
Coming. If thou darest. I honor thee, my quarry.
Alright, Alf, it's time for you to first aid up the rest of the team. You think I like Persona 5? I've been thinking about looking into it. I know RT Game has been doing a playthrough, I just haven't gotten around to checking it out. Wait, why did I attack that thing?
Bring it on.
Yeah, I haven't gotten around to actually looking into
Don't mind if I do.
RT's playthrough of Persona 5,
What
so
next?
I don't really know what the game
Well then,
is about, apart from like one YouTube video I saw ages ago. But I'm not sure that I want to invest myself in a super long game again for a little bit.
If thou darest.
I am ready.
Here goes nothing. I'm feeling better already.
Ooh, nice, got some
I'll not be defeated.
chance poison there.
Ah! Yeah.
Of course, it's
Bring it
expelling
on.
its septum.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I could have done... I could have done a bigger boost.
Ice, splinter and shard. Letting the hunt beginning. Coming.
Well then. May the sacred flame shine forth.
Okay, we got rid of one of them.
What next?
Huh.
Standing firm.
What's the big idea? All right.
Oof. That's a lot of damage right there.
Coming, if thou
Tried
darest.
watching RT's stream archives for it, and they were fun, but it doesn't lend itself to abbreviated YouTube versions, so you haven't watched any of it in a while. Yeah, I kind of just want to see the abbreviated versions just so that I can check if it's actually a game that I think I would enjoy. Because I know it's pretty long. So if I don't have an idea that I'm going to enjoy it already, there's not much sense in my actually trying.
I am ready.
So I'd need to see a little gameplay first.
The show is over.
So yeah, that's probably the boss chamber right there. But there are still a couple of paths in this room that we haven't explored quite yet. Or maybe it's... oh no. Yeah, we never went up those stairs because I thought they connected through to here and... oh, dang it. I've got to go back. Because I don't like leaving rooms unchecked.
I am ready.
Nighthode, bring your shade.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'll break that one. And then hope that Rain of Arrows decides to pick useful random targets. Okay, I picked one useful random target.
My turn now.
I am ready. Nighthode, bring your shade.
Bring it on.
We're actually going to just... Oh wait, Ophelia just leveled up. Never mind. I was about to spend some points to share SP with Ophelia.
Try again.
Because last I looked she was running low, but doesn't look like that's necessary anymore. Similar in mechanics. Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting. I definitely want to check it out, I just haven't gotten around to it.
Want a tangle, huh?
Letting my arrow fly and true. Raining arrows up on them.
Really? I'm just thinking that the enemies in this area specifically have a lot of evasion. Because otherwise it wouldn't make sense to be missing as much as I am.
I am ready.
My turn now. The winds of fortune!
Coming, if thou darest.
Here we go. This calls for surgery.
I am ready.
Elden Ring logic states I'll have a bad time. Doesn't Elden Ring logic state that about just about everything, though? Like, is there a situation where you're expected to have a good time in
My
Elden
turn
Ring?
now. The flame guides us true.
I don't mean to crap on Elden Ring, by the way. I'm just making a joke because the game is designed very specifically to be frustrating and painful. And of course, there is nothing back this way.
I am ready.
We're actually going to just flee. There are some friendly tortoises? Okay, well that's pretty good then. We're actually just going to load the save that I dropped by the boss room because I have no interest in walking all the way back and going through like 4 more fights. I'm actually really surprised. Like, Primrose just straight up hasn't had to use her path action this entire chapter. Okay, let's see. Anyone have skills to learn? Okay, that one, that's actually useful. Aber's Reckoning is definitely one of the better divine skills. Yeah.
You're a stubborn one, aren't you?
Like father,
Like daughter.
I thought he wasn't finishing his sentence.
So you were the one who clipped the left wing.
And you are the right. I have waited too long for this day.
This man is... No. Cannot be.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty obviously the current lord of the town.
You really did a number on us, didn't you? The left was responsible for maintaining and expanding our circle of friends. Well, I provided the coin. Power. We made quite the team, if I can say so myself. Nothing, no one could stand in our way. And now you've gone and fouled it up.
That's an interesting choice of words, considering he's got a bird on his arm.
All I've done is removed a filthy scavenger from this world. One less crow, and our realm will be better off for it.
You're a bold one, I'll give you that. But it seems I have another guest today. It's been a while, old friend.
So it is you.
Foul-mouthed. Foul-minded, even.
Primrose. This is the man who disappeared after your father's murder. The man I feared dead. Albus. I thought you were a man of honor.
What?
Foul-smelling, yep.
Honor's all well and good, but it doesn't buy you much.
Foul-tempered.
How could I have been so blind? It was you who sold out Jeffrey to those villains.
Okay, but Ravello, could you not get too close to this guy? I'd still like you to get home to your wife still breathing.
He trusted you more than anyone. And you stabbed him in the back for a post in the goddamned league.
That's my second in command. A bit slow on the uptake, but you'd always figure it out in the end.
Yeah, let's provide that foul end here.
This village was a rotten husk long before Jeffrey Azelhart met his end. Anyone with half their wits knew the Obsidians were pulling all the strings from the shadows. I simply cast my lot with the winning horse. A simple business decision. Lady Azelhart. Your father spoke grandly of peace and order until the day he met his end. He would talk of his vaunted faith and how it would shield the town from any danger. In the end, he couldn't even save himself. And now a field of headstones is all that remains of the once proud House Azelhart. Goes to show you what the faith of a fool is worth.
You traitorous bastard! Lord Jeffrey was 1,000 times the man you are. You'll sully his name no longer.
Okay, but Ravello, stand back and let me handle this. I really don't want you to die.
Master Forsyth, enough.
But Lady Primrose...
The time for talk has ended.
Thank you,
This
Prim.
man, if one can even call him a man,
Oh.
should not live a moment longer.
There's a fire in your eyes, girl. Yes. It reminds me of the fire in your father's eyes when he faced his end. I am Albus, proud bearer of the mark of the crow. Come at me, Primrose Hazelheart. I will see that you meet the same fate as your dear father.
You say dance battle, and I mean kind of.
The main event. I am ready.
Open up with an analyze. Okay. Well, we have one character that can make use of those.
All right.
Okay, knife. That's another useful
Come in,
one.
if thou darest.
Oh wow, this is actually going pretty well. We're not going to manage to break him this time. You played the demo? Yeah, the demo was actually really good. I'll admit that I played through it a few times before I actually got the game. Just because
Oh, don't mind me.
Well, I just hadn't gotten around to getting the game, truth be told. And I wanted to try out all of the chapter 1s. And a couple of them I tried out more than once.
Letting the hunt begin it.
Here goes nothing. This might sting a bit.
I am ready.
Oh, let's see. I'm thinking lion dance. The question is, who to do it to? I think the answer is actually pretty obvious. Alf hits hardest.
Come in, it's holding back nothing.
See, Drafendi's rage, I could... You know what? Why not?
Cowering before the huntress.
My turn. Prepare yourself. Oh, sacred light.
All right. Let's get down to work.
Ooh, that was a nice pile of damage. Alf got capped by the... Alf hit the damage cap. Oh dang, that was a lot of hits.
Here goes nothing.
Let's actually just go ahead and first aid
That'll do
Prim
it.
real quick, though.
I am ready. The lion dance.
My turn now.
Hmm.
I trust in your aid.
What next?
I am ready.
Watch me now.
Bring it on.
arrow.
I'll not be defeated.
Did he not even get poisoned? That's so annoying.
Here we go. Don't mind if I do.
Oh wow, his HP is running low fast, actually.
I'll not be defeated.
You didn't really feel like playing the game yourself after? Fair enough. The demo was designed to get you hooked on the stories, but if you're not a fan of the mechanics in the game, then it's not going to do much for you.
Letting my arrow fly.
Oh!
I am ready.
He can summon allies.
Oh.
Obsidian officers. This
do
will
my
be
best.
good. Yeah. Really, if you could give most of the party a chunky heal, that would
Letting
be
my arrow
appreciated.
fly and true.
Yeah, based on the weaknesses here, I'm guessing they're designed to be
I will
contrary
cut
to
him
the
down.
ones that he has, so...
Here goes nothing.
Actually, just gonna go ahead and shackle
Settle
foe
down.
on him.
What's the big idea?
I am ready.
Yeah, let's get off a
Flames,
quick
burn this
firestorm.
away.
My turn now.
Hmm.
Shucks.
Oh, this is a tricky call. You know what, though? I think I'm gonna go ahead and go for first aid.
Coming, if thou darest.
Haha. Patience? Dang it. I was hoping for patience.
My turn now.
Jeez, they've got this guy using moves like a pro wrestler. Dang it.
I am ready.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Coming.
Drafendi's
Cowering for the
Rage.
Shucks. Let's get down to work. This calls for surgery.
Dang, I'm actually really surprised those guys are still standing.
Letting my arrow fly.
Could you stop blinding my party members, please? It's just getting annoying, honestly.
What's this? No good. Flames, burn this away.
There we go. Okay, we cleared that
Bring
one.
it on.
I'm hoping that Elf can clear the remaining one. Regardless, now is a time when Ophelia needs to drop a big heal.
Bring about a miracle of healing.
Because Primrose was running really low. Could you stop focusing on my single most frail ally?
Bring about a miracle of healing.
Oh, believe me, I know.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, he can one-shot people who are blinded. Okay, so I need to use Vivify. And I think the smart thing to do would be to Vivify Ophelia.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
Okay, let's see now. Trouble is, I don't have anything especially effective. There we go.
Letting my arrow fly and true. Raining arrows up on them.
All right. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. Got everyone back up. Ophelia, big heal.
About a miracle of healing.
Oh, okay.
Letting
I
the
didn't.
hunters
I
begin.
thought that he was about to pull them out again, but I'm guessing he has to be broken between uses of that.
Raining arrows up on them.
I am ready.
Okay. Let's look at the turn order for next time. So we'll want to do Lion Dance on Alf,
The Lion Dance.
because he's going to be doing some damage this turn before next turn rolls around.
Bring it on. Don't mind if I do.
I'll not be defeated.
And Ophelia, if you can go ahead and donate boost points.
I trust in your aid. Well then,
Once more.
I trust in your aid.
I am ready.
And a Lion Dance on Honey.
The Lion Dance.
Now for some big damage.
Coming, if thou darest. Coming.
It's just straight up dropping my trigger inputs. That's kind of annoying. Anyway, Drafendi's Rage is gonna do a lot of damage here.
Here we go. Let's get down to work.
And amputation. I'm actually really surprised that wasn't the finishing blow.
Letting my arrow fly and true.
What's this?
Bring it on.
Okay. Steal SP.
I am ready.
Watch me,
Coming, if thou darest.
Dang it, I don't have enough for hunter skills. Wait, but I've got enough for leg hold trap.
Better than a snare.
Oh, I was trying to find a way to break him before his turn rolled around, but now it's not even an issue.
Oh, sacred light.
I am ready.
Letting the hunt beginning.
I'll not be defeated. Oh, sacred light!
Oh, there it goes. Well, that was kind of anticlimactic. I didn't even use a big hit. That guy actually had a surprisingly low health pool for a boss at this stage of the game. Inspiriting Plum Basket. Huh.
And then there was one.
There was no warrior in Noble Court more fierce than he. You fought wonderfully, Lady Primrose.
Wait, I managed to pull off my evil laugh?
Simeon?
Ah, Primrose. Fancy meeting you here.
Is Simeon really the
Terrible place.
head of the Crow?
Ah, but of course. About that, you see... There's something I simply had to tell you.
Primrose, it's time for the stabby stab.
What? Simeon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard that you were looking around for my friend here. And you know what they say about birds of a feather.
The mark. Of the crow. But why? Simeon!
Do forgive me, Lady Primrose. There was just one thing I forgot to mention. The head of the Obsidians, the crow atop the roost, and oh yes, the one who killed your dear, dear father. It was me.
Simeon the Puppet Master.
No. It can't be.
Bravo. Oh, bravo, Lady Primrose. I knew you had it in you. That was a virtuoso performance, my love. The audience gasps. At long last, she tracks down the villain she's been hunting all these years, only to find out it is her one true love. Look at the tears she weeps, the blood she spills, and pity her. Oh, the tragedy!
Yeah,
It
you're
moves
gonna
me to
get
the
stabbed.
depths of my...
Soul. Well, there's an evil laugh, or at least a crazy one.
Fare thee well, my poor, poor love.
A lot of these scenes really don't make sense when you consider that there's an entire party of adventurers with her.
Lady Primrose!
Well, he probably had more success as a playwright than as a stabber, because he didn't even manage to kill her just now. Simeon? Yes, what do you want? Where are you going? To work, where else? The hedges want for trimming. Who cares about the gardens? Won't you stay with me? It's neither Shakespeare nor Brutus, fair enough. I feel so much peace when you're with me. Won't you read me one of your poems, pretty please? As you wish, my lady. Okay, yeah, no, this was as creepy as I thought it was. He's clearly much older than her. And worry not your pretty heart. I will always be watching over you. Oh, thank you. Well, it'll be fun to slice him up. Is it all a dream? No, you've definitely got a scar or something to make it clear. No, that nightmare was all too real. Hello. I'm glad that your husband survived, by the way. I like him. Thank the heavens you've come back to us at last. Darling, darling, come quickly.
Oh!
Lady Primrose, why, I feared we had lost you forever. I feared the same, my dear.
Thank the
But
gods.
the heavens can be merciful.
So then...
Master Forsyth, You slept for 3 days and 3 nights.
But...
I see. That terrible man. That Simeon fled town before we could do a thing. Whatever does he hope to accomplish by such monstrous deeds? Everything about the man is a mystery.
However,
I was, however, able to convince one of his lackeys to talk. They say he makes for the town of Everhold in the mountains to the south of here. What business he has there, I cannot say.
I understand.
But I know where I must go.
farewell.
Would that I could join you, but I'm not as young as I once was, and I have family that needs me here. Be safe, my dear child. May you find the answers you seek. Also rest for a little longer, because, you just got stabbed. Thank you, Master Forsyth. I will. You can be certain of that. Aw, look at the doggy. So cute. Pet the dog, Primrose, before you leave town. Pet the dog. Aw, she didn't even pet the dog. And so Primrose left home behind once more, her ultimate goal finally in reach, and a dog near the town's entrance still unpet. Only one man, the leader of the Crows, remains to be dealt with. Yet knowing his identity, each step she takes feels heavier than lead. The final act awaits her in Everhold in the Highlands. But will her tale come to a happy or tragic end? And just like that, we're through another chapter, and we get to finish off with some travel banter.
Is it so?
He was thy beloved father. Shalt thou not visit his grave? No, not yet. Yes, I loved him, dearly so, but it's too soon to be putting flowers on his grave. When all this is finished, when he's avenged, only then will I go, to tell him what I've done. If that is thy wish, then so be it. But thank you anyway, for caring. I will return, sooner rather than later, but right now I have work to do. Your strength is to be admired. Oh, more travel banter. Here comes Alf.
Primrose.
Hey, Primrose. This is for you. Medicine? It'll fix you fast if it starts to hurt again. Thank you. Listen, I want you to take care of yourself, okay? I'm asking you as your apothecary and your friend. Thank you, Alphen. I was going to say, you do have two very accomplished healers running around with you. But yeah, that is where we're gonna call it for tonight. Let's drop a save before I forget. So yeah, let me see if there's anyone to raid right now. It doesn't look like it, so we'll just be calling it, but next time we'll be on to all of the chapter 4s. Let's see, so it looks like they might all be recommended level 45. So we might take a little bit of time to hit up some of these mini dungeons and such. And obviously it'll involve some traveling, because most of these are in town. I think all of these are in towns that we've never visited before. Yeah, we can't fast travel to any of them. So the last chapter, it might be at a bit of a slower pace, but it should be interesting to see how all of this concludes. In the meantime, hang on. Sorry, I like to get the party in a bit of a formation to finish up. But yeah, that's where we're going to leave it. Thanks everyone who came and chatted and just generally hung out. I appreciate those who lurked as well, and hope to see you next time. Later, folks.